Okay. So how do you actually link to a live stream? Oh, there's a share button. What happens when I hit this share button? I get a video link. Should really link to YouTube videos as well as to Twitch. And what else is going on here? Let's see. We gotta do some Discord. Still onboarding coffee. This is the issue here. The issue is the onboarding of coffee. Oh yeah, Ted busted his claw. Poor bugger. I have decreed it. Therefore, it must come to pass. Confirm. Confirm, I say confirm. Confirm. Streams. It's nice to see Exploding Rabbit doing more streaming. Oh, whoops. Actually, what we want is the whole kit and caboodle. The whole ball of wax. The entire ball of wax. Get rid of the red marker on Discord. Then we go back here. And maybe a little blue sky. Small Survivors is out. That's awesome. Okay. Now then, since I've said it will come to pass, it better actually come to pass. That's what had better happen. So we've got, oh, we could do the, show me the key. We do that. What's going on here? Open tablet driver. What the hell? How did that happen? Oh, weird. It's like it conjured a whole bunch of history. Is that because of this? But I didn't run this in the shell. Oh, that's so weird. Sometimes weird things happen. No, I didn't want you there. But you were prioritized, weren't you? You tricky little thing. I wanted you kind of down here-ish. That's where you were supposed to be. Somewhere down here. Yeah. And then we clear up this window. And we go into the physics, into the bowels of physics. And plus this up a little. We wait for Rust Analyzer to stop having a panic attack. Oh, there was a Rust Analyzer bug recently too. Maybe I just won't update anything. I'm going to try to be a very good Vimmer today. See if I can navigate around this file correctly. Okay, so what state are we in currently? That is the question. We got the compute shader pipeline actually working the other day, although as I say that, it sounds like things broke. Oh, well, we were going to change this though. Shader size is not implemented for U64. I was going to use 3 U64s, one for ID and packed information, one for X and one for Y, but we don't actually need a U64 for X and Y, so it's kind of a waste. So what we're going to do is we're going to change it to 4 U32s, sequence of 4 U32s. And we're also going to look at the collision shader, and we're going to go, yeah, the use of the U64 is wasteful, yeah. So this is now wrong. Payload. Bit packed information about the collision. First bit is that it took place. We may never use the others. Oh, bad Vimmer. Entity ID, because entity IDs are U32s. This works nicely. X coordinate, Y coordinate, and bit packed information. Okay, cool. So now we don't need a note for this. And we'll go array U32, and all of our problems will just go away. You gotta love it when a problem goes away. Okay, now, any remaining U64s? We don't need this anymore. Bad Vimmer. You could argue that we could do the whole thing as I-32, but it's not necessary, I don't think. But now we have 4, so we need times 4 3u, times 4u, times 4 3u. So we've got arrays of 4 integers. Well, we've got a giant buffer consisting of, I guess, 400 integers representing 100 characters. So this now has to be let payload equals yups I plus 3u. Now we go yups payload is hang on. Yeah. So hang on. There's a better way to write this now that we've changed it. So what it is I plus 3u. This is payload left shifted, bad vimmer. P, do I like that? Let's be super explicit. Let's be entity index payload index three. That would be easy to make the mistake. Okay, then we go entity index. It's a little bit wordier, but at 3 a.m. when you're trying to debug it, it feels like the right thing to do. Yeah. Seems reasonable. Bad vimmer. Okay. That looks correct to me. We'll soon see. I'm just wondering if I'm correct about this, the global ID. Oh, no, I am. So what's being passed in there is, let's be even more explicit. Here, the global ID being passed is an index 0 to 99. Because we've asked for 100 iterations, runs. What do we call this? Let's look at physics and it'll tell us. Execute, I think no, execute. What is the command? What is the function? Where is it? Where is it? Dispatch work groups. Dispatches compute work operations. X, Y, and Z denote the number of work groups to dispatch in each dimension. Okay, so it's a work group index, basically. Work groups to be dispatched. One for each. Yup. Good. Okay, so to obtain the actual storage buffer index, we multiply by 4 because there are 4 elements in each yups data. That makes sense. I think I can understand that again. So we've got a 400 scale storage buffer. If it's 0, like if we're doing the first work group, then 0 by 4 is 0. So the index of the entity ID will be 0. And the index of the payload will be 3. So entity index 0 plus 3, that works fine. Then X and Y will be on 1 and 2. If it's index 96, then the entity ID will be on 96 and the payload will be on 99. 96, then X is on 97, Y is on 98. Yeah. Okay, cool. So good. Good. And if I need other things about the collision, I can have them, but I may never need them. I can't imagine that left shifting in operation is terribly slow, so that should be fine. So we dispatch 100 of these every time, and then we get the results back and we can use them. Nice. Okay. Good stuff. So this is more comments than actual code, but it should be right. All right, just need to adjust some things on this side. So we're gonna define the number of characters here. Yup count. And then the buffer size. Going to be 400. So actually, yup count times 4. And there may be something we can do to adjust this so that it works with WASM. But I'll ask one of the experts about that. I can use expected use size found U32. I see. Actually, can I just do this? Let buffer size equals yup count times 4. Would I do a tiny bell here? It doesn't implement into result. What is it? What is the the result of that. We would have to do a try into. So let's do. Oh, very bad Vimmer. There you go. And then better. What's the problem here? Shader type is not satisfied because it's dynamic. Is that the problem? To implement from. Oh, from a result. Okay. Oh, right, because I've still got try into there. There we go. All right. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We are getting somewhere. How can we make this wasm friendly? Okay, now we got any other U64s hidden around here somewhere? Now, populating it, we haven't done yet. Past dispatch work groups. This has to be yup count. Yeah. I mean, the comment will become inaccurate if we ever change the yup count, but that's okay. Let's change this to n 1D shader dispatches for n yups. One each. Their very own shader, compute shader pass. They'll treasure it always until the next frame. Okay. Now, let's see. Are we at the point where it'll run? We may be at the point where it'll run. We are not at the point where it'll run. And compute shader, blah, blah, blah. Shader global resource group 1 binding 1 is not available in the pipeline layout. Load store doesn't match load. Interesting. Have I neglected to put... Huh. What have I done? I know I've used store. Somewhere. This is a new error for me. I wasn't previously getting this. Oh, what about the type of... No, that's the fragment shader. What's going on here? Oh, also, bad alphabetization. Can't be having with that. That's just not appropriate at all. More coffee required. Okay. Now, switching from coffee to tea, and it's 17 minutes past 7. 777. All right. Now, why does it think that I've set the image to store but not to load? No, I set it to load but not to store. Is that right? Maybe texture asset usages needs to be something else. Let's have a look in intro. We've got copy DST, texture binding, render attachment. Is there a store? Should there be a store? Storage binding. Interesting. I wonder if that'd screw things up. Hang on. Before we start commenting it, let's see if it actually runs. In the bowels of Compute Shadowland. No, that doesn't get rid of the problem. Interestingly, this wasn't doing this the other day when I was running it, so I wonder if it's actually the compute pipeline setup that I'm having a problem with. Maybe that. Huh. Same problem. All right, so let's look harder at this. What's going on? Shader global resource binding group 0 binding 1 is not available. Texture class storage, access storage, access load store doesn't match the shader storage. Format RGBA norm access storage access load. Is it because I changed it? Did I change the shader? Did I? Maybe because, oh, so I've asked for read, and I think it used to be write in the example that I based it on. So maybe I actually shouldn't put store on it at all. Ah, there we go. Deduction. Wait, what? Oh, come on. Really? What can I have? Read only. Okay. Makes sense. In that case, we can probably take that store away. Did we? Did we take it away? Did we take it away? Did we take it away? Who's on this morning, by the way? Let's do a team check. We got it's Oik. And we got Stevie Ray Drawn, and we got Tom Melman's. Oh, I haven't seen Tom around for a while. Yifweed's on. Black Void Titan. Do I follow Black Void Titan? I do. They are gaming. Huh. I keep waiting for I keep waiting for Mordecai to come back to us, but I am being patient because he needs a break. They need a break? I may have misgendered. I don't know. Okay. Now then. Okay, so we've changed it to read write. That it's interesting. It's interesting that that was the error when it would have been clearer if we could have changed it to yeah. But I guess it's coming out of WGPU, so that's why we're getting that error. We figured it out eventually. At least I hope we did. Hey, you gotta love it. Okay, so no load, but we know that that sometimes fails. Just check to make sure we're not getting anything ridiculous. No, we're not. Exit game, start. Hey. All right. Okay. So, uh, update cursor position did not run because it requested accessible system parameter mesh material 2D level material. Okay. Now, that was in playing to paused. So update cursor position may have the incorrect run condition. That runs on record input and game set record input is running on update, run if in-state game playing. Interesting. Well, we'll see how we go. I would have thought that would have not run, but maybe it was a timing issue. Looks like we don't need the render plugin stuff, so that's good. In fact, I think it might be default. And I'm wondering if we do actually need to hardcode those values, but I guess we don't need to worry about it right now. Eventually, we'll handle all to-dos. Remove the unused imports. Nice. No more valid diagnostics. We like that. We like it. We like it a lot. 7. Okay. Now then, what else can we do? We can start to figure out one of the things I'd like to prove is that it actually changes the image that it uses in the compute pipeline. But maybe at first, because if it doesn't use the terrain image, then all of this is for naught. But I think it'll use at least the original terrain image. Excuse me. So how could I prove that? I have to set up the yup. So I think the check cursor position thing in physics, we've got all of the render graph stuff that really should be in another plugin somehow. Maybe I should put all of the collision related stuff into physics collision. Let's see if we can get away with that as a refactor. It'd probably be easier to take out the stuff that wasn't collision, to be honest with you. So let's go copy. Oh, actually, make a directory source physics. And we'll go copy, same directory, physics, collision rs. And then here, we will go pub mod collision. Whether it needs to be pub or not is anybody's guess, but we'll figure that out. And then in build, we will go app add plugins, physics plugin. Oh, actually, we're going to call it collision plugin. And then we will, I wish it didn't like go all commenty-outy when it decides that this is not connected. So now we're in collision. We can change this to collision plugin. Oh, I see. Okay. I was editing the wrong file, as usual. As usual, pub mod collision. And we will take out physics plugin does now not need to be a struct plugin. Plugin like so. I probably don't need init anymore. Like so. We'll do that. We'll get rid of that. And get rid of this. And then we'll remove everything to do with collisions. We're in the right file. Yes, we are. I doubt if we need init for anything. And that makes things so much better. Remove the unused import. Yeah, that looks right. And then we get rid of these two. And in lib, we change physics. Whoa, stop that. To plugin, bad vimmer. And then in collision, this should now be fine, but we get rid of this. And we remove everything that isn't this. Hooray! Normal gravity. And normal gravity. Gravity is not a thing. Nice. 18. Looking forward to actually seeing something working. Let's make sure we still run. We do not. Oh, we do. We're just a bit slow. Okay. Hey, all right. Nice. All right. Same deal, same deal. Yep. Okay. Cool. Slip of tea. Now then, let us see if we can get the cursor, the collision positions of each sprite. So if we have a little yup guy, not that this will be the final image, but it's our working image, then our collision point will be somewhere down here, one of these. Potentially you could also put one on either side and check those as well, but I don't really care enough, to be honest with you. If you see a little bit of this disappear into a wall and then come out again, I'm not sure it's going to matter, but maybe it will. We could offset it somehow just to make it tidier. But so it's probably going to be like, this is a 32 by 32, I think. So it's going to be 31 and I guess what? 15, 16, something like that. 16 probably. Okay, so in yup, all we're doing is spawning one basically. Okay, cool. So we need to update the positions of them for a collision. What was that function called? Check something or other. Check timer. No, it wasn't that. Cursor position. Oh, that was for the drawing. Update cursor position. Yeah. Okay. That's on level. I feel like we should probably be running this in collision. So let's go back to collision and we'll add a system. I feel like these should be first. Add systems. It's going to be on probably on fixed update. I think post update. Yeah. Or pre update, maybe. I don't know if it matters. Check collisions. Okay. Now then, we're going to need commands probably. No, we're not spawning. What are we doing? We are searching for all yups, which is going to be a query for a query for transform with yup, at least initially. And oops. With yup, yes indeed. So now we want to pass the collision point for all yups to the shader. We need to pass entity ID X collision point X collision point Y and 0. A bit packed info block integer. Okay, so that's actually cool because we could pass all sorts of things into the shader if we wanted to, but we don't have to. So the last thing can probably be 0 for now. So we're going to need entity. And then for yup, transform or T and yups. And we need a how do I get access to the storage buffer to pass in this thing? I think I would find that out in the compute shader game of life, is how I would find that out. That's our example. That's our key example. Bevy example, compute shader game of life. How do I pass things in? Mm-hmm. Oh, I think it's just using the images. So that might not work for me. That might not work. I guess in the render graph, I could, when it says update, I could, or in run for that matter, I could just load it from a resource. And that way I could set it in the resource in an ordinary Bevy system. Because in GPU readback, we don't really set it, I don't think. So in collision, we have, where do I actually get the buffer from? Set brain group O, wine group O, in just an empty array. Wait, why have I got no? Oh, there we go. Set the active bind group. The bind group layout in the active pipeline must match the layout of this bind group. If this bind group have, if the bind group have, okay, well, let's fix that. I've already got a couple of documentation fixes to make, I think. Let's have a look at, let's have a look at our Discord. Struggle Street, brain fog, slap progress with a shader, but stumbling over texture formats, bailed early to play issues of creation. Damn it. Fail. All right. 2025, we need to update this. So 01, what is the date today? Wasn't yesterday, it was the day before. It's now the 1st of February, by the way. Oh my God. That was 26. I think it was 28th. So that is now day 38. Finally figured out texture formats for the compute shader and got everything working with RGB A8 UNORM. Turns out you can just set what is it? Oh yeah. Texture format directly on the texture without converting it more correctly. The cost here is that it will have some funky gamma in, but otherwise the alpha is preserved, which is what we're interested in for collision detection. And then today, we're figuring out something different. But I wrote down somewhere. Oh yeah, typos. Let's create a thread and write this down too. So, where was it? Oh yeah, the example. Was it in compute shader, whatever call it? Bevy examples, compute shader, game of life. Was it in here? I feel like it was in here. Ah, where did I find this problem? Wasn't in the, no. Wasn't in the formal docs. Was it? God damn it. In the process of writing it down, I've lost the thing that I wanted to write. This is so typical of me. It wasn't GPU render, was it? Was it a comment in my own code? Possibly. Possibly. Damn it, where was it? I found a problem. Now I need to fix it. It wasn't in Compute Shared Game of Life. It might have been in my own code for that matter. Easily could have been. Damn it. I cannot remember where it was. Okay, never mind. We will just deal. Okay. So I'm in physics. That can go away. I'm not in physics. I'm in collision. Here we go. Okay, so I was looking at the run function here. Here, I'd like to change what we're, oh yeah, that's right. We used the, now I've got it. All right. It was in set bind group documentation. So, man, that took a long time. Sets the active bind group for a given bind group index. The layout in the active pipeline when the dispatch function is called must match. If the bind group have, yeah, there we go. Okay. So typos in. Need to fix those two today. Okay. So I'm hoping that I can get the contents of pipeline is the world resource collisions pipeline. We also want collisions buffer to be accessible. Now, collisions buffer is defined there, and it's a handle to a shader storage buffer. Can I write to this from an ordinary Bevy system? Let's try. Do I need that open? All right, let's try collisions, res, mute, collisions buffer. Now, it's important that we always provide one copy of each entity, but that should be fine. We can just start at the first one, whichever one. The order shouldn't matter because they're all being processed in parallel anyway. So, um, does entity have an into U32? I guess it probably does. We'll find out. Um, collisions. Oh, I need to get it from its handle. So storage buffer. Do we have an example? Get, maybe. So as an asset, can I treat it like an asset? Um, oh, right. Mm, shader storage buffer. Okay. Oh, okay. It is an asset, I guess. Um, let buff equals storage. Probably actually this. And probably this. Nice. Okay. Is there an index version of this? Or do I have to use the long form of the iterator? Count or whatever it is. Hmm. Let's find out. Is there an indexed version of the following loop? Ruminating on it. Yeah, you've got to use iter-enumerate. Okay. Wow. At least it thinks so. That means, wait, where's the index? I see. And this will need to be mute. Okay, so buff I equals yup. We need its current position. Buff I plus 1u, or I plus 1 maybe for use size, equals t translation x buff I plus 2 equals t translation y buff I plus 3 is 0. And we got all sorts of problems. Oh, we can't index into it. Okay. How do we do that? Let's find out. Asset usage, buffer description, and yups. Oh, I see. Actually, and this is a U64 and it shouldn't be. One entity takes 4 elements in the buffer. Okay. All right, so it's already there. So all I need to do is create a new thing. Let yups. Oh no, we can't redefine that. We need to do yup buff, which is a vec u32 equals vec. And I'll see if there's a fixed size. I could just use an array rather than a vector. And then we can just use push. Whoa, what just happened? What are you doing? Very bad Vimmer. And we'll see how bad we are here, but let's put buff yups equals yup buff. Some yup buff, in fact. What's your problem with this? Oh, so into maybe? No. ID? Huh. How do you get its U32 representation? Index. Interesting. Oh, of course it is. What methods do I have? Any? Equals? Partial hash, entity from raw and generation, from raw to bits, from bits, index. Wait a minute. Transiently unique. No two simultaneous live entities share the same index, but dead entities may collide. Okay. Okay. What's your problem? Expected U32 found F32. That's completely reasonable. No field yups. Available at data, buffer description, and asset usage. The type constructor contains standard vec U32. What is it supposed to be? Oh, really? Wait a minute. This is supposed to be a shader storage buffer. What is it exactly? Hmm. Why are we expecting a U8? Collisions buffer is just a handle to a shader storage buffer. Shader storage buffer. What is going on? Why isn't there a yups? Is it private? No. Oh, something weird is going on. Excuse me. I'm hoping my partner is still asleep and relaxing. Looks like she might be. I'm not seeing any messages pop up. Awesome. Desperately needed some sleep last night. Okay, what am I missing here? It has a data. Why does it have a data? What is buff exactly? It's a reference to a shader storage buffer. You know, the type shader storage buffer is not great. It's not a great name. Where is he? Oh, here we go. What? Why? What? That was weird. Okay, U32. Yep. Okay. And U64. There we go. Why does it keep doing that? Wait a minute. Where is this? What am I editing? I'm editing Bevy code at this point, aren't I? Okay, let's find out. What is going on here? Shader storage buffer. Yeah. Okay, so I can't just edit that. Vec U8. That is not going to cut it. So how do I create a storage buffer with the type that I want? This is like a convenience type, it seems. But I need to be able to pass entity IDs. At least I think I do. What about just GPU storage buffer? What's the difference? Oh, we had this conversation the other day. Buffer. If I don't want U8, what can I use? I mean, U8 would fit the coordinates and the collision bit. It just won't fit the entity IDs unless I pack it differently. Like I could do U32 as 4 U8s or something. Huh. Um, we'll need this component to store the collision index. It's very helpful. But it's not what I want. It turns out shader storage buffer stores data as U8. Is there a type in Bevy that I could use to pass a buffer of U32s? See if it knows. Uniform buffer. Okay. I'll take that bet. Read-only basis. Bugger. Best use for data is relatively small in size. They're only guaranteed to support up to 16K for binding. I need a write buffer. Dynamic storage buffer, dynamic uniform buffer, GPU array buffer, raw buffer vec, and texture. All right, let's look at all of these. Dynamic storage buffer. WebGL does not support them. Don't care. Multiple separate bindings. The contained data is stored in system RAM. That's weird. Dynamic uniform buffer. Read-only basis. That rules that one out. GPU array buffer. Equivalent to buffer vec t. Or falls back to a dynamic offset uniform buffer. Okay, it's a candidate. Raw buffer vec. Raw bytes that have already been properly formatted for use by the CPU. The item data already meets the alignment and padding requirements. Yeah, that sounds too low level for what I want. Buffer vec. Doesn't require that the data type be T, no U, and no uinit. No uninit. High performance you should use wherever possible if your data is more complex and is suitable for raw buffer vec. Doesn't allow CPU access to the data after it's been added. Consider using storage buffer. Can store large amounts, does not support boy WebGL, can store runtime sized arrays, but only if they're the last field in a structure. Interesting. I think mine is a compile time sized array, isn't it? No, it's not because I multiply it by 4. Stored in system RAM. I think maybe I want a GPU array buffer. Huh. Uniform buffer is read only. Okay, so storage buffer, still U8, but we can use byte mark to handle U32s. Well, if we can do that, then we can just use shader storage buffer. What the hell? Byte mark cast slice mute. Is storage buffer still U8? What's the max value of a U8 in the 64-bit system? 255. That's no good. I'd much rather just work with U32s if I can. What are the padding requirements? Ooh, flashbang, sorry about that. There's no way to go dark mode on the WGPU docs, I don't think. Oh, it's got this, but it never works. Oh, having said that, it works. Okay, memory layout. Either the uniform or storage address spaces. An 8-bit byte is the most basic unit of host shareable memory. The terms defined in the section express counts of 8-bit bytes. I mean, I could just convert everything. It feels painful. So I've got options. If I have to convert everything from U8s, then I will. I wonder if there are any examples in the examples where we do this. Let's look in Bevy examples. Shaders. Compute shader game of life is a bad example because it's basically operating on turning things on or turning things off. It's a very Boolean example. Do I definitely need the IDs? What if I was just to just store? I think I probably do need them. If I was just to store the pixel locations. I could do it that way too. Is it possible though that two of them would occupy the same pixel location? I think it probably is. Hey, Ocean Master, how you doing? I'm doing all right. I have come up against the issue of GPUs using U8 for everything. Doing good. I'm pleased to hear it. I was trying to pass U32 to my shader storage buffer. However, that is not a thing. It needs U8. So I think what has happened is that I have declared a type that shadows the actual type in. Yeah, this definitely should not be a thing. How did I do that? Yeah, look at this. I'm editing the file. Um, I'm editing a Bevy file as if it was one of mine. What the hell? What the hell? No wonder it's confused. How can I undo this change? I think I'm going to have to do like a cargo clean. Sorry to hear that. It's okay. We'll get there. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. So yeah, let's stop this and let's that needs to be data. That needs to be U8. And hopefully we'll just be able to reset everything. So get rid of that, do a cargo clean and a cargo build, and that'll take a little while. What are you getting up to this fine Saturday, which may be a Friday for you? How many hours are we into stream? 1.5. And it is 8:20 in the morning. It's almost time for another cup of tea. See who else is on. Uh-oh. The bot broke again. Subscription already exists. That's an interesting one. Don't recognize that. We'll fix it later. We'll fix it in post. The Discord command still working? Yes. All right. Yeah, now cannot be called on shader storage buffer vacu32. On storage buffer vac32. Expected U64. Okay, we got all kinds of problems here. So I have, that's good though, because we found the problem. We can now fix the problem. Shader storage buffer. Yeah, it's in GPU. It's in this. Hopefully Rust Analyzer will catch up any second now. Something is up with your internet. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, this looks better. What's going on here? Have I changed this file still? Shouldn't do. It's always fun when you start editing the engine code instead of your own code by accident. Okay, yups. Okay. So our errors are now in library code. Yeah. Okay. Um, so I can't pass U32. Claude is suggesting that I use BiteMuck. Safely reinterpret the bytes as U32s. Uh, Given this scenario, hello, the dogs are awake. Hello, puppy. Good girl. Good girl. The dogs are awake. Good morning. Given this scenario, um, how would the shader handle being past U8s and reassembling them into U32s? The byte reassembly. Okay. But in actual fact, you don't need to touch the entity ID. It's there for the convenience of the CPU side code. Really, the GPU doesn't need to care about it at all. What we do need though is the ability to pass X and Y coordinates. Hmm. It's quite weird to me that. Hey, Robitussin, how you doing? I haven't seen you in ages. I haven't been by your stream. That's why. Uh, so what the hell? This is way over the top. Way over the top. I think we're just using the wrong type. Good morning. I'm seeing people emerge from the bedroom, including some dogs. The dogs are awake. I streamed for the first time in 2 months. Wow. Well, well done you for getting back on the horse. It seems sensible to me that we use something that we can just pass U32s in, right? Like this byte packing nonsense is just too complicated for me. What is the best type for me? A uniform buffer is read only, so that's not going to work. Although I could use two different buffers. I could use a read buffer that's U32 and a write buffer that is U8 because all I need is booleans. I think, probably. Interesting. Interesting. All right, let's think about this. Let's think about this. Let's look at collisions and the way we set up the pipeline. And let's look at the shader. It would be a lot simpler. Finally, this buffer allows us to write bit packed data back to the CPU. So let's go with group 0 binding, whoops, binding 2. What's the time? 1:37. Okay. I might take a brief break just to say hi to my beloved and make another cup of tea, even though it's not strictly speaking an air break right now. Yeah, let's do that. Be right back. And All right. Let's see what we can get done. Now then, we're back. So this will mean um, this will mean this will mean that we're going to have a dependency on the order, I think. But so long as that updates each time, it should be okay. I don't know. Let's have a think about it. So var storage read write collisions array u8. And this one is going to be a uniform, and it's going to be read only. And I think maybe var is wrong. Maybe it should be uniform. Must follow padding requirements, which is automatically enforced. Cannot store runtime sized array vectors or structures with fields that are vectors. Okay. I don't think it needs to be runtime sized. It can just be an array. So how did it propose to populate the uniform buffer? It proposed to index into it. And it didn't propose how to define. Okay. I wonder if there's an example that uses uniform buffer in Bevy. That would be awesome. And I'm going to sneeze. Excuse me. All right. Is there an example? Is there an example? Is there an example? There is not. Damn. Could I possibly get lucky on a wider GitHub search? Maybe Magic Light 2D. What's this? Not what I'm looking for. Always on the search for an example. Bevy terrain. Well, what I really want to see is a shader. Oh, that said shaders. I saw it. I just want to see var uniform array. Yeah, maybe that's what I need to be doing. So instead of var storage read, what about var uniform like that? Let's think about it. So U8, let's get rid of that. Tuples of 3 values. Tuples or tuples? Opinion is divided. This buffer contains the level image. Yes, that's the same. And then this buffer allows us to write. I think that should just be right, shouldn't it? I don't know. Opinion is divided. Collisions. Okay, so now we don't multiply by 4. We multiply by 3. There are 3. That is no longer a thing, so we can just go back to using I. I don't actually think, I guess we do kind of need that for just the 0 check. So we don't actually need ID for anything else. So why don't we do, whoa, that is not what I wanted. Okay. This now needs to be collisions. Collisions I? Yeah, because it should be 100, right? So I think this is just 0. It's effectively going to be 1. This is a little fussy. Could just set to 1. However, if we need to encode more info later, this might be handy. I don't know what else we would need to know about the collision. Like, for example, should it be a forward collision as opposed to a hitting the ground? I think maybe we should keep it simpler. I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? It's a 1 or a 0. If you set the first bit, it's still going to be a 1. But that'll do it. But if, for example, we needed to say more things, or we needed to calculate more things and then pass it back to the CPU, we could do that. So I like that. That's a lot simpler. And everything else is read-only. We're not changing the X coordinate. We're not changing the Y coordinate. We're certainly not changing the entity ID. We are dependent on them being in the same order, but there's no real suggestion that they won't be. here. Okay. So, given that, will it blow up if I try and compile it? Will it blow up? Will it explode? What happened to those will it blend videos? Do they still exist? Will it explode is definitely a variation on the subject. Speaking of which, the indie game devs just finished a explodey themed an explodey themed game jam. Where is the not solo dev game jam, but indie? Wow. Let me find the link. Let me find the link. Where is it? I know where one of them is because Average Goob and Two Nerdy Nerds finished their game, which is this one. Backhand Bandit. For the best audio experience, please consider playing the Windows version. Look at this art, will you? How cool is that? Maybe we should play the video. Oh, look at this. How slick is this? Oh my God.
Well, well, if it ain't the notorious bomb-throwing bandit
Who
from
is that doing the
Limestone,
voice acting?
think you can waltz into my town and cause trouble?
Oh, it's pinball. Look at that. Oh my God. That fits the exploding theme, that's for sure. That's so cool. That's really cool. Oh, you gotta be accurate. Oh, he's got a little band-aid on now. Why did those... I'm confused. That's really cool though. The art is great. Oh, it scrolls? What? What? This is a great take on the theme. Wow.
Yahoo!
Yahoo. What a great take on the theme. That's awesome. We're not in the game though. We're watching a video of it. So that is an entry for Stream Team Game Jam. So this one just finished. And we got submissions. Backhand Bandit, Bean Man, Press Almost Anything, Bit Slayer, Adagon, You're a Weapon, Go Slice Things, Bomb Around from Mitsoik, Base Directory Game Jam, Base Destroy Game Jam, and Archivist from Granger Devs. Explore a procedural solar system where you're given the task of archiving select objects from different planets. What? How is that explosions? Maybe things explode. Cool. So what? 6 submissions so far, and I think there's a few hours left to go. That's pretty good. Nice. Okay. Back to work. Back to work. Now, I now need to update several different things. The compute pipeline, the bind groups. So the collisions pipeline. Oh, we got ads. The layout is going to be We got storage buffer, which is a shader storage buffer. It is not a VecQ. It is a VecQ32, but it's not a shader storage buffer anymore. It's a uniform buffer. So we need to change that. Oh, that was easier than I thought. But now we also need the other kind. So shader storage buffer. Oh, okay. Uniform buffers and st. So mute shader storage buffers. Nice. Let uniform size I don't know if I'm going to get away with that, but I think it'll be okay. This is not really the collisions buffer anymore. It's the yup buffer. And then we're going to copy that. And we're going to have a collisions buffer, which is now a uniform buffer. And potentially, I think it might need to be a U32 like that. Yeah. So potentially we could have them both present in the same resource. But let's cross that bridge when we fall over it. So this is now yup buff. Yup buffer. And uniform buffers add yup buffer. Now read back, we don't need it to be read back. We only need the other one to be read back. What exactly is read back anyway? Registers the wrapped handle for GPU read back. Yeah, so this we only need the collisions buffer to do that. So let's try. Let mute collisions buffer equals shader storage buffer from vec OU8 yup count. Do I get away with that? I do. So now we need collisions buffer description usage, buffer usages, I think copy source and not copy destination. Storage. I think the storage might be wrong for uniform buffer, but I'm not sure. Is storage correct for read-only uniforms. Okay. Let collisions equals storage buffer add collisions buffer. Okay, so let's add more comments so that we're super clear about what each one is for. The yup buffer contains yup entity IDs. And then again, we might not even need the entity IDs, but let's figure this out. Yup entity IDs and current chords. Collision point chords. The collisions buffer contains bit packed information sent back from the GPU. But for now, just a 1 if a collision has occurred, 0 otherwise. Okay. So now we spawn the readback buffer, and we can now safely do this because we're not trying to read back a whole bunch of different values. Now, yup count times 4 needs to be times 3 because we've changed it again. So yup ID, X, and Y. And then we go shader storage is buffers get collisions. Yes, this is wrong. Collisions is the res collisions buffer, but we also have yups. And shader storage is buffers get yups. I think we could name this better. Hang on. Yup, 0. I see. Okay. We can't double up on the naming there. This buffers now needs to be, oh, and that's wrong too. So shader storage buffers. And we need uniform buffers. which needs to be sorted. RSTU, yep. Yep. Okay. And what is your problem? Okay. So this is now collision buffer is a shader storage. Yeah, shader storage buffer. Okay, good. We're making progress. And destination image. Okay, that is not a great name. Terrain image would be better. And then we have collisions buffer. Buffer as entire buffer binding. And this is yup buffer. Okay. That went better than I expected. Okay, so again, we'll just note down entities and chords. Terrain to check for collisions. And results of collisions check. Okay. The mental model is progressing. Now we've got bind group entries sequential. Storage buffer vacu32 is wrong. That should be vacu8. What is this? Has dynamic offset. Okay. Texture storage 2D. And then we've got storage buffer. Uniform buffer, maybe? Yeah. Sized. Possibly. We might need to check some definitions there. Oops. Has dynamic offset, min binding size. Uniform buffer just uses uniform buffer size anyway. So what is the first argument? Has dynamic offset. False. Yup. Count. I don't know if that's going to work. Apparently it does. Okay. I don't know what else. There's bound to be something else. But in run, we need to pass the right things in. Get resource collisions buffer bind group. And there's a prepare bind group function somewhere. Yeah, here we go. Oh, we already did that. Okay, how badly will it crash if I run now? Probably very, very badly. Extremely badly. So badly. Check collisions will be wrong. So let's just rule all of that out now. And instead just run and see what our errors are. Which will be plenty. Expected vacu 8, found vacu 32. This is in, so this is in the copy of storage RS, but I cleared that, I thought. Because I edited this by mistake. But it shouldn't still be using that. I don't think. I don't think. I did a cargo clean. Huh. Well, let's look at the type and see what's going on. Yeah, it's really struggling. Probably because I edited it. I think that might fix things, but I don't really understand why I had to edit it. When cargo clean should have taken care of it. Maybe it's just cached somehow. Well, it's building something. Slowly building something. Cannot find value storage buffers in this scope. This is in collisions 87. Right. This should be shader storage buffers. So now hopefully we should get some more errors. Now that we've fixed the original Bevy compile error. Uniform buffer U32 is not an asset. What is it supposed to be? Okay. Maybe I'm not doing this correctly. I think that's very, very likely. It's got to get and get mute. It implements default from and into binding. It is not an asset. It thinks it's an asset. It doesn't appear to be an asset. Maybe I've imported the wrong one. Render resource uniform buffer. I don't appear to have imported it at all. Oh my God. This is what we call being down the rabbit hole. I see, because I've imported everything from render resource. Can I therefore delete this? So it's not an asset. It's not designed to be used like this. Is that what we're saying? Let's look at uniform buffer. Read-only basis. Relatively small in size. Stored in system RAM. Cannot store runtime sized arrays or structures with fields that are vectors. We had this conversation. I had this conversation with Charlotte the other day where I was like, which type do I pick? Tell me which type to pick. Marcus Red. Oh, this is the wrong Discord. Uniform buffer. Andrew, I believe in you. Thank you. It still hasn't happened. But this time. Okay. Yeah, so uniform buffer. I thought the extract resource plugin would automatically update the GPU render, blah, blah, blah. The difference between uniform buffer and dynamic uniform buffer. Uniform does not expect import clone. That seems closer to what I'm doing. Extract uniforms might be what you want. Component uniforms. Uniform component plugin. Res component uniforms starbox. One way to get uniforms from components. I don't think I need a uniform from a component. Shader storage buffer. Should be one from me somewhere. In theory. No? Does it have to be the other one? Bamthork. Oh, how weird. Just storage buffer. In rendering. I never see a storage buffer getting manually copied to the GPU. Buffer vec is a thinner wrapper around raw WGPU buffers. Storage buffer is CPU to GPU. Where is my message? Is it just way, way back? The easiest way is to use Bevy's wrapper buffers, dynamic uniform buffer, and storage buffer, which take Rust types and automatically calculate alignment and stuff. And serialize them to buffers of bytes for the GPU. Use storage buffer vect instead. might be a while ago. It's so weird. I know we had a conversation about it. The uniform buffer thing means, how do I really just need to know how I access uniform buffer. It's not apparently an asset. So maybe I should use storage buffer. Let's look at storage buffer again. Render resource. Some combination of read-write mode and can store large amounts of data. Maybe I should be using dynamic uniform buffer. Does that implement asset? No. Does storage buffer? No. Does shader storage buffer? Yes. I'm so confused. Okay, so which ones of them implement asset? God damn. Uniform buffer does not. Let's see if Claude knows. Let's see. Uniform buffer does not implement asset. Unlike shader storage buffer, which does. First, which buffer types also implement asset? Second, how would one access uniform buffers values CPU side to update them? Shader storage buffer, and dynamic storage. I'm pretty sure that's wrong. Does not implement asset. No, it's wrong. It's just flat out wrong. Work with it through the resource system. Uniform data. Q write buffer. Storage buffer does not implement asset. Oh, God. You gotta love LLMs. That's it for buffer types that implement asset. Is that really true? Is it the only one that implements asset? So shader storage buffer is fine. But uniform buffer, how do I update it? I store it as a resource. Okay. All right. We need to rethink this approach. God damn. Talk about your learning curves. All right. Resource, extract resource, and clone. So we're not going to try and store the uniform buffer on this. Instead, we're going to wrap a Vic U32. Yeah, so this is not a thing. Instead, actually, hang on. Yup. Buffer is, oh no, other way around. Yeah, this is the one that should be I've gotten completely turned around. All right. This is the one that should be a shader storage buffer. Yeah. This is the read write one. We just need to make sure that its usages have changed to write. This one is going to be the uniform buffer. So it needs to be Vec Q32. Yeah. Uniform buffers is not a thing. Instead, we will have yup. Yups is a, actually that's possibly mute yups is a res mute yup buffer. Okay. When we're initializing it, we're not going to be using this at all, to be honest with you. We're only going to update that later. No fields, hang on. No field buffer description. Interesting. How do we set its usages? Maybe we don't need to. Oh, buffer usage. Okay. Really? On render resource uniform buffer VecU32. I thought there was. Buffer usage. It's not public though. Binding, set, get mute, get label, add usages. There we go. Default usages are copy destination and uniform. So actually that might be enough. Default usages are copy dest and uniform. This might be enough for our purpose, question mark. Right, because we're not, it's not a, it's not an asset. Now this shader size is not satisfied because I'm trying to do it dynamically. No? Shader storage buffer from. Hmm. Oh, from evacuate. I think I see. Let's just check the use in Bevy examples, shaders, GPU readback. I see. Oh, it is a U32. Interesting. But we know it only supports U8. Okay. All right. And this expect to use size found U32. Okay. So do we actually need to create the yup buffer at this point? I don't know that we do. I think we might need to do that in prepare bind group. This is completely wrong. What is wrong with this? Don't know. Figure that out in a minute. Collisions buffer is wrong. This is potentially right if we go. Actually, that's right. Shared storage buffer is a resource. This is wrong. I don't know why it's complaining here. I feel like maybe I've removed a plugin that I needed. We also need to change the names of the extract resource stuff. So we've got add plugins, extract resource plugin, collisions buffer, and yup buffer. Even though yup buffer is really just a U32, so I don't know if this is necessary. Is this necessary given we're passing as uniform? This is all kinds of wrong. Oh boy. Okay. Well, we're having some fun. I'm confused, but it's a good confused. How do we get the uniform buffer part of it working? I think we need to be in prepare bind group. Collisions buffer is a shader storage buffer. That's correct. Why is it complaining about get? No method name get found for struct res. That's true. No, it's not. Render assets supports get, doesn't it? GPU shader storage buffer. Okay. I think this may have been where I started to get confused. Prepared as a render asset. Render asset. Okay. Maybe my use of shader storage buffer has been incorrect. So now this is wrong. Doesn't support GPU shader storage buffer is not an asset. No, it's a render asset. Definitely making hard work of this, but we'll get there. Readback buffer is a resource extract resource clone handle, and handle is which to a specified asset. That's fine. Where does it use shader storage buffer? No, not definition. Usage. Oh, it uses shader storage buffer here. And then GPU shader storage, but I see. Okay. All right. That's not confusing at all. So you've got to use GPU shader storage buffer when it's on the GPU side. In prepare bind group, for example. Oh, so confusing. Destination image is not that anymore. It's a terrain image. This is not a thing. So we need to create the uniform here. So it's going to be not this. Let yup buffer uniform buffer wrong. Back U32, I guess. Actually, isn't it OU32? And yup size, right? No, yup size times 3. Yup count. Which might need to be as a use size. Uh-huh. I imagine this method won't be a thing. Yeah, into binding. There's an option for the buffer. Can I do this? No. Option GPU shader storage buffer. Right. This one needs to be like that, maybe? Yeah. Oh boy. My brain is full. Storage buffer VEC U30 U8 not found in scope. This is in 173. That was not the same file. Oh yeah, here we go. This is not a thing. Expected option found type U32. Huh. Okay. U64, you say? Oh, what is this? What? Consider calling non-zero new unwrap. Ah, what the hell is a non-zero? Unless there's an into. Wow. Definitely feels quite low level. What is a non-zero? Known to not equal zero. Fair enough. Memory layout optimization. Okay. I wonder if there was an into that I could have used there. Probably not. Okay, what is the problem here? F32, I32, and U32. All right. Okay, are we close? Have we got any other errors? Oh, never read. Yeah, that's okay. I don't care about that right now. Well, it panicked. Failed to get buffer. Cool. All right. Let's check the read write usages because I think I got that wrong anyway. I think it's called read only or something like that. Yeah, here we go. So texture storage is read only. That's correct. But one of them needs to be writable. the shader storage thing. The this is wrong. The uniform is first. Storage buffer is last. Yeah. So then we go down here and we discover that the same problem exists somewhere. Layout, layout, layout. Uniform buffer, texture storage, and storage buffer. Prepare bind group. Yep buffer. Yep. Terrain and collisions buffer. Yep. Let's go here. Do the same thing. Entities and chords. Terrain to check for collisions. Results of collisions checks. Okay, try again. Is that read only? That read only is correct. What is the, what do we tell it in the shader? Storage write. That is correct. I think, maybe, probably. Maybe, probably. Same problem? It's failing in uniform buffer 149. Failed to get buffer. So it's certainly the uniform that's the problem. This might be wrong. I mean, it looks right. Hmm. Oh, I just remembered something. Oh, hey, Control Dave and Alex. And you've probably gone by now because I missed your chats. What is going on here is we're trying to do collision detection on an image using a compute shader. It's going very badly. We're about to do another ad break, so I am going to pause, make another cup of tea, and give my dog some meds because I forgot. See you in a sec. All right. Ah, I have to do something. It is Ted's adoption day. Maybe it needs to be Sunday. Okay. Oh, and now the ads start. I wonder if this can safely be moved to the other screen. Anyway, doesn't matter. So it can't read my uniform. Why can't it read my uniform buffer? Was unable to read it at 159, whatever that means. Let's run it again so we can see what the result was. Panicked. Render resource uniform buffer RS 149. Failed to get buffer. Has entire buffer binding. Oh, interesting. Okay. So it's the call to enter binding that's failing. We got ads. Buffer just returns option buffer. So it's failing on during setup, basically. This is not being used. During init. I don't have to spawn it, do I? Surely not. So during prepare bind group, we create the buffer. Here. Uniform buffer from. So this should now be uniform buffer vac u32. I guess we should also do commands insert resource collisions buffer bind group. But the collisions buffer is entire grind group. Yup, buffer into binding. This is the call that's failing. I wonder why. Is it possible to output this in some way? Seems unlikely, but let's give it a crack. No, doesn't implement debug. What about just the buffer? It's a none. Okay. Well, that's pretty clear. No wonder it's failing. Okay, so we have to set it. We have to set the data. Right? Yeah. Yep, buffer set. What does set get passed? Value t. Set the data the buffer stores. So from vec just doesn't work? value t where t is shader type converts to the type from the input type. Can I just see a uniform buffer being created somewhere? Actually, let's see if Claude can do it. Show the creation of a uniform buffer where all values are zeros. Wait, is uniform buffer U32 containing 300 zeros? Just want to see if it understands what I'm talking about here. Render derice create buffer. Really? Buffer uniform, those are the defaults. Mapped at creation true. What is that? Store the buffer in a resource. Write the initial data. Convert a U32s to bytes with this byte mark business again. That doesn't sound right at all. Maybe I should be using shader storage buffer. I mean, storage buffer. Buffer is option buffer. From T. I see buffer is initialized to none. That's why we're having trouble here. So it's not that we're passing in a vec like I thought we were. It's not that at all. So default is fine. Okay, so let's try. This doesn't do anything, so I should stop trying to do that. And then I need to call set, I think. I think this is wrong. So let's ignore Claude. Let's try and find an example. Well, we don't have an example that uses uniform buffer, but maybe we can look at some engine code that does. Uniform buffer, globals uniform. There is no example, right? Some discussions. How do I use the uniform buffer structure? That sounds pretty clear. Failed to get buffer? Yeah. From self. You need to call write buffer to schedule a flush of the data from CPU to GPU. The post-processing example uses uniform component plugin. Uniform buffer, time buffer. Time buffer contains a uniform buffer. from self. I'll create uniform, I see. Insert resource self defaults. Prepare bind group. Uniform is buffer, create uniform, which just returns the uniform from self. I see. I see. Into binding. Insert resource self bind group. Layout is this. But where do I call this? Queues writing of data from system RAM to VRAM using the render device and the provided render queue. If a GPU sized backing buffer already exists, otherwise it will be initialized. Okay. So their approach is just to continue creating it using buffer from. Okay, I think I'm starting to understand. So instead of using uniform buffer default, we'll use uniform buffer from our resource, I guess. So that means I do need the resource, which is the collisions buffer, res collisions buffer. I've got that. Wardrobe. You're very burnt. Hi, how you doing? What did you burn? You mean sunburn, right? Where have you been? Well, don't dox yourself, but have you been somewhere sunny? Sunny and delightful. I hope that is the case. Also that your work is not flooded. Okay. So why is my work laptop on? Let's shut that down. Unscrupulous consummation, consuming of power. Shut down now. Shut down. There we go. Sunburn, the Xmas work function. Nice. In January. That's how we do. 5 hours trying to sit in shade under a moving sun. I gotcha. Yeah, that's not the best. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope that resolves quickly. We've been busy. Yeah, fair enough. January Christmas function. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong at all. Okay, so I need to make a uniform buffer from the collisions buffer. Let's try this. No field O. All right. Why does it think this is a shader storage buffer? What? Oh, I see. Oh, I'm so confused. Yep, buffer, not collisions buffer. There's too many buffers. There's far too many buffers. I'm so confused about all the buffers. Too many buffers. Cannot move out of dereference because it does not implement the copy trait. Fair. Fair. Instead of a vec u32, could I use an array type? Hmm. Can I pass a reference? Ooh. Well, we'll give it a crack. Okay. So uniform buffer from, yeah. Yeah, buffer into binding. I still expect this to be bad. But let's just see what this is now. This is a uniform buffer reference to a U32. That's probably not going to be what we want. I want the actual U32. What about clone? Does it support clone? It does. In which case, this is now a vacuum. Okay. All right. Well, let's see how badly it breaks this time. It should just panic. It doesn't. It runs. Why does it run? What the hell? What's going on? I'm so confused when things work. Oh my God. That's really confusing. Okay. Never mind. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Just because it works doesn't mean that everything is going to work. Oh my God. We have actual numbers. These are the collisions buffers. Whoa. That's so weird. It works. It works. Why does it work? What's going on? Why does it work? All right, so this now needs to be update yup locations. So we now need not that. We need that. Okay. We don't need that. We don't need that. We kind of might need that. Maybe not. So we need to tell it where everything is. Entity ID, collision point X and collision point Y. Yup T and yups. Yup buff. Oh. Push. Actually, we need to clear it first. Can I implement deref mute to make my life slightly easier? Not with extract resource, I don't think, but let's check. Oh, I can. Nice. In that case, I should be able to get away with this. Nice. All right. How do you clear a vector? How do you clear a vector? How do you do that? Can you go yup buff clear 0 truncate clears the vector? Okay. Sounds good to me. That is wrong. That is wrong. Okay. So that grabs all the transforms, well, the center of each transform, but that's okay. So really, I just want the first number to change from a 0 to a 1. That's all I want. Seems like such a simple ask. So now in run, render graph run, we have the collisions pipeline, we have the pipeline cache, collisions buffer bind group. So we've only created the buffer bind group, but we need to now change the first value of it. The uniform buffer needs to alter. Can that be mutable? Can you do a get resource mute? Apparently you can. Bind group. Layout. No, that's fine. It's this. Render device create bind group. And I want to use the existing values except changing the yup buffer. I may need to also update the texture. Should I be using update instead of run? Let's have a look here. Updates internal node state using the current render world prior to the run method. I think I should be using update. Let's look at what update does in the compute shader example. Bevy example shader, compute shader game of life, update. Render graph update. Get mute self, mute world. You can change pipeline cache, get compute pipeline state. I need to change what I pass each time. So for that to happen, I need the resource. Let yups equals world resource. Yup buffer. No, yup buffer? Yup buffer. Bad. Cannot find world in scope. Oh, I see. All right. Now, how do I modify the bind group? Hmm. Let pipeline equals world resource collisions pipeline. Well, what do I have on this pipeline? A reference to a collisions pipeline. So what can I get the current bind group? Can I modify the bind group? I've got layout. So I could create a new layout, but I don't really need to change the layout. I just want to change the contents of it. I need to change the buffer that's attached to it. I don't suppose it's already working like that. We create the yup buffer from a clone of the original. I assume it's not. Oh, badness is already happening. Check collisions not found in the scope. Oh, yeah. Update. Yup locations. World is a ref. Okay. Yep. Sure. How do you have the energy and fortitude to keep on task and not get distracted? Um, you struggle at that. I don't know if I do. I think. I mean, your stream is so different. You've got a lot going on. I don't. I don't have to worry about some of that. But also, I have 129. I think it's actually 125 now. Or maybe 126, something like that, days to finish this project. Or at least to get it into a releasable state where I can introduce the public to it. So I'm on a timeline. I mean, more for just general work stuff. Your stream is very much not helping. There's too much cheese going on. I think I'm curious about what's going on here. I really need to learn it and I don't know it yet. So I'm like going through the process in my mind. Okay, I screwed up. How do I unscrew up kind of thing? And just ticking over bit by bit by bit, which is what I do at work. So it's kind of similar, I guess. Try to break things down into achievable chunks. So if I've got, like, for example, at the moment, I don't know enough about what I'm trying to change it. So I have to just go through the motions of like, okay, what's the next bit? What can I try that might give me some more information? What can I experiment with? And just looking at the next error and the next error and the next error. I don't know. Maybe it's my special brand of neurospicy, but that's the way I approach it. One bite at a time. Oh, I can't do both. I can't do both. But I think it would be a mistake to do it here anyway. You have to give it a try. I mean, don't hurt yourself or anything. It does come with practice, I suppose. I mean, I've been working at these problems for a long time. Okay, so that builds, but I'm sure the rest of it won't. Yup buffer does not exist in worlds. Oh, did I not add it? Certainly need to. And it needs to have an extract plugin. It should exist. It's right there. I don't think I initted the resource though. Initted? Initted. 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 I don't think I did. This one adds insert resource, yeah. We should do this. Yup buffer and collisions buffer both are created. Here we go. No, that's collisions pipeline. We do that. Collisions buffer bind group. Insert resource collisions buffer, yeah. All right. So maybe we'll just make the yup buffer commands insert e resource yup buffer. What is the pre-allocation for a vec of a specific size? I think it's OU32 yup count as U size. Also init an empty. Whoops. Oh, actually, that's wrong. It's yup count times 3. And empty yup empty buffer for our yup locations. Okay. It should be 0 initialized. I wonder if it is going to be. Starting to think I should define some types to contain some of this stuff. Let's get it working first, though. I'm pretty sure I started the stream at 385 followers, so somebody was basically turned off enough by this to unfollow me. I love it. I'm driving them away in hordes. Droves, I say, droves. Let's actually, I'm curious about that. 0 initialize a Rust vec of n elements. Thinking deeply, oh no. It's more likely bots getting slain. Oh, thanks. It's always nice to know I've got botted followers. Yeah, no, it probably is. Repeat, take n. Okay. Oh, I just did that anyway. Why 0? Oh, because I gave it a specific type. So I see. So 0u32 is correct. Okay, cool. Happy about that. My numbers drop constantly. You're still going to beat me to 400. What are you going to do at 400? You have to have a event of some kind. Oh, is that when you do your game jam? Let's see. Sorry, you're probably at work. Can't necessarily chat back and forth. Okay, time for another run. I feel like this is one of the last major mechanics I need to finish before I can actually start making them walk back and forth. I'll fail to get buffer again. Damn. See, it wasn't doing that before. You're at work, but lazy and burnt and grumpy. Awesome. You gotta love it. So in prepare bind group, have I failed to... Yep, buffer into binding. Uniform buffer from yup buff O clone. And yup buff is res yup buffer. And we are creating that, but obviously not well enough to make it work. Just to make sure that this isn't why this is failing, let's try again. From is, I don't think, doing what I think it's doing. Do you think that word means what you think it means? Failed to get binding, yeah. Failed to get buffer. Okay, so let's look at this other example that... no. Was in a Bevy discussion. Wait a minute, there's a huge step backwards in usability that may have been overlooked. I don't know what these people are talking about. Required components is great. Okay, uniform buffer. GPU. I never look at the Bevy discussions on GitHub. Huh. This was back in 23. Where was that thing I found on uniform buffer? Here it is. Okay. So he's doing create uniform, but it said I have to I need to call write buffer to schedule a flush from the data from CPU to GPU. Self buffer write. So do I have to do... like this? Device is render device. And what is the queue? Render queue. If a GPU-sided backing buffer already exists. Hmm. How do I get the render queue? I don't suppose. Huh. Well, can't hurt to try. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, and all that. Okay. New error. Runtime sized array can't be used in uniform buffers. Excellent. I know how to fix that. It's this one. No, it's not. It's the other one. Where's my YUF buffer? There it is. Can't use a runtime. Oh, I could use a constant though, right? Um, uh, yup. Buffer size. Here's U size. Actually, it'd be much easier if we did U size, right? Okay. Runtime sized array can't be used in uniform buffers. I mean, I don't think. Uh, I didn't think I did. So can I not specify size at all? How do I do it? How do I make sure it's compile time? Maybe collisions buffer, yup, count. When I'm setting up the pipeline, am I doing something weird? Uniform buffer sized. There we go. That'll probably be it. That's wrong anyway. It should be, yep, buffer size. But it'll be wrong. What if I just do this? Cannot specify shader type. I see. So this we would pass yup buffer. I see. It's not a shader type. So compute shader, is that what we need? Post-process settings. Let's look at the examples. Oh, we have an actual example that uses uniform buffer. Or has this been all my life? Where has this been? What is post-process settings? A struct. I see. I see. Hmm. Okay. It derives shader type. Would mine work if I derived shader type? This is a component after all. Let's find out. Oh, it's all bad. Only non-empty structures with name fields. Okay. This is bound not to work. Oh, I think our shopping's here. I hear the beeping of the truck. That should probably be pub, but I'm sure this is wrong anyway. Required by bound in physics collision closure assert implementation. Shader size. Because I'm trying to do things it's not designed for. God damn it. I need someone to just show me how to do this. This is hard. Can't make a resource a shader type, maybe? Let's look at that other discussion again. How to insert resources. I can answer that. Yep, that's our shopping. Insert resource, insert resource, insert resource. That system's main. It's weird. Could not access system parameter res title font. Main performs before on enter game state main menu. I would say startup. but anyway, don't get distracted. This is exactly what I said I didn't do. Okay, uniform buffer. Trying to bind the uniform to the shader. So they create a time buffer struct with shader type and resource. So that's good. It works. But resource needs this heading. Try to bind the uniform buffer to the shader. I wonder if it's even possible to have a uniform buffer with a vec in it. I don't care if it's a vec. I don't care what size it is. I just want to pass an array, basically. I wonder if Claude is capable of busting this block for me. Probably isn't. Given, could yups be a compile time sized array instead of a vec? Okay. Let's find out. Okay, there's going to be many changes that we need to make. We should also implement defaults. Actually, it doesn't need to do that. And more GPU friendly. Okay, so what's the Rust syntax for zero initializing an array? Because I hardly ever use them. Oh, actually, I think I knew that. Okay, so now struct literal instead. Yeah. Okay, that's better. Now what's the next error? Actually, whoop. Trait bounds are not satisfied. Why is this an issue? Shader type. Right. So when they use uniform buffer from, self. Returns a uniform buffer self. Do I therefore need to go like that? Huh. I don't understand why it's complaining. It doesn't seem to need to have a type specified that way. But then later you need to do this. Maybe I should do it the way they did it. Let's just experiment with it. It might make the type inference a little easier. Hmm. Okay. And then this one. Interesting. Right. We can't zero initialize it anymore. And we can't use push. So we need to go back to an enumerated count. Enumerate. And then yup buff. Yups. I. Yups. I plus 1. And actually that translation needs converting. World pause to image pause. Okay. Oh, we got ads coming in a sec. All right, so that works. It won't do anything, but it works. Maybe. Possibly. Possibly, maybe. We could use, yup, buffer size here because it's a constant. Okay. See if we build or not. I suspect not. Must be a multiple 16. All right. Well, it's a new error at least. Current stride 4. Interesting. Array stride must be a multiple of 16. Current stride 4. Okay. That seems like something that maybe the LLM would know about. For an array size of 300, I'm getting what is stride? In memory layout, stride refers to the number of bytes between the start of one element and the start of the next element in a sequence. Huh. TIL. For example, with a simple array of U32, each element is 4 bytes and they're packed together, so the stride is 4 bytes. When working with graphics APIs and shaders, there are often alignment requirements. This means that while your U32 elements take 4 bytes each, they must be aligned to 16-byte boundaries. That's why solutions like using VEC4 work. VEC4 naturally has a 16-byte size and thus satisfied the stride requirement. Oh my god. VEC4. What? The second approach is generally preferred for shader interop. VEC4 is a natural type and it automatically handles alignment requirements. Okay, I'll give it a crack. Uh, First of all, this is wrong-ish. But yeah, let's do this. Let's do VEC4 75. From Bevy Math. Actual number of U32s is 300, but this supports buffer byte alignment via use of VEC4. So 75 times 4 is 300, right? I.e. 75 times 4 is 300. And initialize VEC475. Wait. Vec 40, 75. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Now we've got all kinds of problems. I presume I also need to convert to Vec 4 here. I see. Because we're using Vec 4 rather than Vec 3. Okay. Yeah, we'll need to adjust my shader code. They're not tuples. Bytes, I guess. So now we need this. I think. See if it can check it for me. Vec 4 F32. Oh, of course. So it's no longer U32s. Okay, so hopefully it's got most of it right. I see. So X, Y, Z, W. It's almost tempting to put the ID in a different place so the X and Y are retained. Yeah, let's do that. So like so. Entity ID and unused padding. Yeah. So then we could do yup Z0 return. Oh yeah, this is going to be a lot simpler. Oh, except that's better. Don't need those. And we can just pass yups xy. Is that a function or a, I think it's just like that. Yeah. Pixel A and then collisions I. Oh, we don't have I anymore. So, tricky. Maybe we do need I. Want the output index to be. It's going to have to be global index by 4. I need to use the bathroom. I'm going to be right back. Spicy. Okay. I'm pretty sure this is wrong. That is not an index. That's a value passed from the CPU side. I think that's bullshit. But I kind of get what it's talking about, maybe. Oh, wait a minute. It's an array of vec4 U32s. Maybe it's not wrong. I see. So what we're actually talking about is you still shouldn't be able to. Yeah, this is wrong. Aren't you wrong about this? If global ID should be an array of vec4, not a vec4. Well, oh, that's disagreeing with me, which is good. Still a single index per workgroup, and each workgroup processes one yup. Each workgroup global ID X processes one yup. Global invocation ID is still a single index per workgroup. Each workgroup is global in ID X. So maybe I can't use XYZ. But then you refer to yups IX. What? Each workgroup process identified by global ID X processes one yup. In the yups array. You can specify use size or, hey, Ricky Taylor, by the way, or vec234 use size for global index ID, since you might launch 1, 2, 3, 4 work groups. You can certainly do this in other shader languages. Yeah. So we're launching 100 work groups. But I think it's wrong about this. Near as I can tell, global ID should still be just the number of the work group. It shouldn't have an X component. Global invocation ID is still a single index per work group. So it's saying global ID is vec3. Oh, well, actually, we should change this. No, vec3 U32. Ah. If you launch a 2D work group, X and Y will make sense. I'm pretty sure it's a 1D work group. So X, oh, hang on. I think I see. Yeah, it is X. It is X. It's right. The APIs generally treat a 1D launch as a 4D launch with, yeah. So where we launch it, we've got here. So our first dimension is X, which is 100. It's just confusingly named. Okay, so what we actually want is yups global ID X, like so. Then we can treat the Z as a entity ID, and we can use X and Y as that. And then we just need an index, so we can write global ID X here and here, I think. If you request vec4 use size, X will have your 1D index. Oh, it's not confusing at all. Whoops, I'm no longer BRB. Hope you're doing well, Ricky. Okay, so that means we need to rewrite this as this. Ordering them, ordering the values like this just makes reading in the shader simpler. X is X, Y is Y, Z is the ID. Okay. I have no idea if I'm right or not. Actually, let's ask its opinion. I'm curious now. Any reason this strategy shouldn't work? Yeah. Okay, cool. So it might be right, it might not. But I think we're okay. So let's see if we can generate a new error. You never know, it might run one of these days. Hey, it ran. Oh my God, it runs. It runs. That's scary. I'm not used to it running. Okay, so it's certainly not working because we're still getting all zeros, but it's running. So that's better than it was last time. Oh boy. Okay, so we're getting, on our read back, we're getting 100 values back. All of them are zeros. I suspect that we still need to set up changing. Yeah, we still need to set up changing the coordinates of each character. My nose was just running from all the chili. Okay, now let's set up that part. So this is the bit where update comes in, I think, and I just need to understand how. So we can get the buffer as a resource. We can get the pipeline, but what I don't quite understand is how to set the bind group again to refer to the new array. Well, not new, well, it is an array, but how do I update the existing bind groups to get another copy of the coordinates? So uh, I can get the resource, I can get the pipeline. Can I get the bind group? I can get the bind group because it's a world resource. So this, for example, so I can grab the bind group, which has bind group on it. Can I update the pipeline's copy of the bind group? What can I do to the bind group? I think in order to update it, I'd have to mutate it, wouldn't I? What do I have available to me on pipeline, for example? Oh, I already have layout, bind group layout in pipeline. I have cached pipeline. So I need to know how to update. Do you have access to examples of updating the bind group in a compute pipeline? Let's see if it's correctly interpreted whatever searches it's done. I know how to create a bind group. During update, what? Encoder begin compute pass. I see. Set pipeline, set bind group. Interesting. So we've got set bind group and run, right? Yeah, begin compute pass. Label, set bind group. All right. So we have this in run already. In update, can we change only one part of the bind group layout? Create a new bind group and reuse the other bindings from the previous state. Existing yup buffer binding resource. I see. So where do we get existing? Where can I get the current values of the bind group from? You're immutable once created? Yeah, sure. Is it possible to obtain the existing bind group values from, say, the collision? I got to answer the phone. 2 6. Oh, and it looks like the plumbers are over. All right. Maybe we'll have some water. Excellent. You got to love having a bit of water. Makes kitchens work really well, as it turns out. We like water in the kitchen. Okay, so we were trying to figure out how to set the bind group again. How do I get the existing values for the bind group? So existing yup buffer, existing collisions buffer. So what happens if both run and hang on, does run actually create the bind group? Run does not create the bind group. Okay, that's good. So actually, we might be okay. Update has self and world. We do set the bind group. So we set the bind group every time. So all I really need to do is create another one in the resource. Oh, I can do that. Aha, I'm onto it now. Okay, sweet. Oh my God. I'm so slow. So slow, but I'll eventually get there. Okay, so now we want bind group, world get resource, collisions buffer bind group. Is this mutable? Oh, I'm excited now. Been streaming for almost 5 hours, but I can smell it and we're getting close. Sort of. Sort of. Okay. Let's see here. Let me bind group. Now I can go bind group equals collisions buffer bind group. Uh-huh. Yeah. So no blaming me about the peanut butter. The peanut butter has been found. Excellent. Bind group, which contains a bind group. Now I need render device create, don't I? Oh, shit. Hang on. Can I get the render device? Yes, I can, from world. Okay. It's okay. This is going to be all right. We're going to make it work. Let render device equals world get resource. I may have to do this mutably. Render device. Can I do this? Why don't we have that problem later? Earlier when we tried to do this. Do I use an expect or an unwrap somewhere? Layout, create bind group layout, create bind group. Apparently no. Is that because collisions buffer bind group uses an option? Render device, create bind group. Oh, maybe because it's world resource. Yeah. Thank you. Oh, it's always one thing. We can do this, I think. There we go. And then now we're missing a bunch of stuff. So the pipeline, we can grab that. Collisions pipeline, I think. Yes. Oh, they're just using world resource. Maybe that's what I should be doing. What is it? What happens if it isn't there? It panics? Probably. Yep. Good old panicking. We like a bit of panicking. All right. What else do we need? The yup buffer. Everything's in a resource. Yeah. Because it's there's a method for it, I think. I have get uniform for that very purpose. To be honest, we could just do and be pretty happy. Okay, terrain image is, and this is good because we also need to update that. So how do we get it from the original? So to be honest, because we're doing all this in the bind group, I wonder if we just need to always run it on update. Because it's like we're duplicating a lot of logic here. Level targets destination, so we need the resource for level targets. And we need images. Oh, God. All right. It's fine. It's fine. Everybody calm down. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Is images even available at this point in the... It must be, right? And level targets. Level render targets. Because it's a reference to image. What else were we doing? Oh, because it's a GPU image, not image. Okay. This whole double thing of having GPU on... oh, it's not an asset. Yeah, you're right. But what? Render assets. There we go. And finally, collisions buffer. I wonder if this will actually let us do away with the prepare by buffer, prepare binding buffer thingy. Because there's no point in having it in two places. Why didn't I just do this on the CPU? Collisions buffer. Oh. Right, it needs to come from shader storage buffers. Yes, you're right. How can this all possibly be efficient? I know it's running at hyper speeds, but still. Hard. GPU shader storage buffers, I think. I don't know if I'm right about this. Or is it render asset GPU shader storage buffer? Because it's not CPU side anymore. Render assets, GPU shader storage buffers, yeah. Okay. So now I need to grab it out of here. And avoid the naming conflicts. Needs to be mutable. Okay, so shit. Do I just have to borrow everything as mutable? Can I do that? There's so many resources. Maybe I just need one Uber resource with everything in it. This is not going to work. Did that work? No. God damn it. Uh, I need mutability advice. How can I resolve borrowing world as mutable and immutable here? Oh, we got ads. Extract all the resources before doing any operations. Oh. Okay. It's just an ordering issue. I actually don't need. Wait, do I need the bind group? I do. So I need to update it. Hmm. Like that. I see. Wonder if I could get some of this stuff from the bind group itself. Ah, oh, painful. Painful. Mutable borrow used here. So could I do this? Not really. Okay, let's see if the LLM can unpick the order of things. To correct the borrow issues here. With proper borrowing, group all the immutable resources at the top. Put the mutable images in an own scope with curly braces? What? Oh my god. Okay, this I have to see. No. No. You're wrong. This has all kinds of problems. Apparently it can't decipher the borrow checker, which is interesting in and of itself, I think. Um, for example, borrowed value does not live long enough. Borrow later stored here. Maybe the use of tiny bale is confusing it. Mutable borrow. Stored borrow value. Value doesn't live long enough, etc. Let's look up bind group and whether we can actually get some of the resources from the bind group itself. Because if that's the case, maybe we could create a new copy of it with the existing values and just create bind group. We know about that. We've got bind group entries. We got bind group layout. Yeah, this is the GPU readback example, I think. It would all be fine if I didn't have to borrow anything mutably, but I do. I do have to do that. However, this, actually, let's undo this old version. This works okay. So we're borrowing as mute and then we're using as mute. So I wonder if I can do something similar with the mutable borrow for images. That's the only other one, I think. Everything else is immutable. But we need level targets to make it work. Could we do this? Also borrowed as immutable. The immutable borrow is used after the mutable borrow. Okay, so let's go with a clone maybe here. Let destination handle equals level targets destination clone. That's because I misspelled it. Are we getting somewhere here? I don't think I do want this to be mutable. Why would it need to be? It doesn't need to be. Okay. I think we're onto something. So we could probably take this into that. Well, it should run at least. Whether it'll work is anybody's guess. But it should run, maybe. Any other errors in the file? No. Panics. Panics. Failed to get buffer still. Damn. I wonder when. It's running in loading state. I wonder if it's just running too early. I wonder which one is panicking. Uniform buffer is empty, essentially. It's still set to none. Probably because I haven't called write on it. This thing. I should probably do that in the update function as well. But I think it's happening before then. Yeah, this needs to be the uniform. This one. So and we need the render queue. And then we see if that fails again. Oh, man. Hey, it runs. Oh, my God. All right. First of all, let's go down to the bottom here. We're getting zeros. Good. We're supposed to be. Well, it failed. Okay, create bind group got an RGB8 uniform sRGB because I forgot to change its texture asset type. which is ba-doo, 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 this. I'm pretty sure we only need to do all this here and not in repair bind group or whatever it's called. Let's try it here, which means it needs to be mutable, which means we might need to be working with a clone. And we're back down to the same problem, I imagine. Surely we can't assign to texture format if it's not mutable. Hey. Yeah, we can't do that. All right. Clone, I guess. Just out of curiosity. Huh. Okay. So we're copying the image each time, which is not great, but let's worry about efficiency later. Well, it runs. I just want to see a single one appear in one of these at some point. Nope. Okay, still RGB8 UNOM SIGB. That is not good. Oh, yeah, because I sent the wrong one. No, terrain image. Texture view into binding. Texture format is correct. I cloned it. Maybe that wasn't sufficient. Let mute original. This is some of the ugliest code I've ever written. No backing. No backing. Pop, pop, pop. No backing. No backing. Good girl. We don't bark at people that walk past on the street. Same problem. As soon as you start, it. Okay. So it's not that particular part of the code that's the problem. It's not the update call, at least. Maybe, what else do I do in prepare bind image or prepare bind group? Texture format, RGB8 UNORM. We write the buffer. We get the destination. Hmm. I mean, I'm changing it. It's weird. Oh, I'm starting to run out of steam. It's been a long session. 5.5 hours of no success. I wonder if I call a debug in here, is it going to be hideous? Just to say that we get to this point? Is it possible that, for example, this call is failing? About to set texture format. Okay. So it's always being called. About to set texture format. WGPU error. Validation error. Create bind group. Expects RGBA 8U norm, but was given RGBA. Yes. But I changed it. Maybe it's. I'm using texture view and writing to texture format. Wait, what? Am I misnaming it? Oh. Okay. So the texture view is already changing it in the render side is not going to do anything, is what you're saying, I think. Damn. Hmm. Yeah. I wonder if there's a way to call that, like to mark it as dirty or whatever. Hmm. What is going on? What are you doing, Doc? What are you doing, little puppy? Probably have to create a separate view over the same buffer. That sounds like way above my pay grade. Huh. All I really want to do is change the YOP buffer, the one that has the coordinates and things, and keep everything else the same. But it's also possible that I need to update this binding every time. The thing is, we do the exact same thing, changing the texture format in the prepare bind group. I guess by the time it gets to update, it's like too late. It would have to happen before update. Because when we do this, we do the exact same thing. We change texture format and then we pass texture view. Then we insert the resource. But I guess after that, it's got time to work. Why is the terrain texture not always sRGB? It is, but compute shaders can't accept sRGB. They have to have RGB8 unorm or one of the other smaller types. So I have to convert it each time. Which is frustrating. You lose some. I was talking about this with Bushrat the other day. You'd lose some gamma, they said, but storage textures always, yeah. You lose some gamma, but the alpha should be okay, which is what I'm interested in. Oh, I might need to shelve this for a minute and take a break. My brain is full. It's weird that it doesn't work in update, but it does work if you do it when you create the buffer. I suppose I could do it in the run, but no, because then no. Definitely feels like I'm trying to do things that aren't, they're not designed to be done. Yeah. Okay. I give. We'll call a halt for today and we'll come back to it later. Maybe I'll solve it in the bathroom as usual. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Catch us later.